Hello, kids. We're back live. You're watching Guitar Quackery live on your computer, or maybe on your phone, I don't know, or maybe on your TV. I don't know. It's also playing there. No, it's not playing there just yet. I need to make sure that it plays for our customers here so they can watch it. Just a moment, please. And boom. Now it's gonna start playing over there. Let me see. Oh yeah. Okay, you can't see, but trust me, it's playing. Okay. You're watching Guitar Quackery live. This is the live YouTube channel of Guitar Quackery. Here from Bob Elliott's Music Makers NY, the premier music studio in Midtown Manhattan. Okay. And now I am about to make a dramatic entrance. Here it is. Dramatic. Okay, kind of. This guitar just came in today, and I am just trying to help out this customer because something's not right, and he has a gig on Friday, is it? Whatever. Oh, I was going to send a link to the customer. I almost forgot. So here we go. I dictate into the phone. Live streaming as we speak. Period. Okay, and now I paste like this, and here it is. Oh no, it's the wrong link. Oh, okay. I'm glad I noticed. Okay, or did I just put the wrong thumbnail? Ah, there you go. Boom. Which means I'm probably streaming the wrong video outside. All right, so these live streams are very casual. I'm calling this one the emergency setup, guitar emergency. I'll tell you more about that. Well, first of all, it's clickbait, so that you click on it so that you can watch. Yeah, I want to tell you about guitar emergencies, if you bear with me. So I need to paste this link. Oh, so much work. So I stream to the public. I send a link to the customer so the customer can watch in real time. And then I also stream outside. There's a monitor and there's an area where people can sit and watch. Like, you know, lobby, whatever, waiting area. As I was saying, I said this is a guitar emergency. It's not really an emergency. Now, when people come here, they see some signs. One of them is this one. And here is what it says. Okay. Now, this customer noticed these signs, and he said, I like your Chinese proverbs. Well, they're not my proverbs. They're, you know, old Chinese proverbs. There's another one right there. Is this a proverb? Oh, yeah, it is. Well, that's not a proverb. This is. Okay, so I have all these signs outside, and you know, it is what it is. Now, there is no such thing as a a guitar emergency, as the old Chinese proverb says. But here is a guitar emergency, and it's not really an emergency. He has a gig on Friday. Or is it next Friday? Oh, next Friday. But he wants to play it. He's a customer here at Music Makers, so that's a plus. He was, very nice to me when he came. That's another plus. So we are going to wrap this out quickly. It's going to be definitely a setup, but before we do the setup, we need to fix the nut. And there's something I want to show you about this. Okay, so the strings are too high. And how do you lower the strings? Well, in this case, you can lower the bridge, but there's a problem. It's already maxed out. You cannot lower this bridge any more than it already is. So here, if I turn, well, a little bit, there's a little adjustment. Okay, but it's maxed out. There needs to be a gap, like we have a gap here. And even now, it is actually still too high. There might be a little too much relief in the neck. Let me just side it down very, very quickly. Yeah, there is. So we want to be able to raise this bridge a little bit, because we want to have a gap there when we adjust it. We don't want it to be sitting down, because when it is all the way down, there's no adjustment left. So how do we solve this? How, if we raise it, it's going to raise the action, and that's not what we want. We want to lower the action. So what we are going to do is we are going to shim the neck so that the neck angle changes, and that changes the string height. So when we shim the neck in this direction, here at the heel, we move it in this direction, we tilt it in this direction, which lowers the strings, which in turns forces us to raise the bridge so that the strings are not too low, if that makes sense. It will make sense when I start working on it. Okay, so let's start. But speaking of guitar emergencies, somebody contacted me with an emergency. Yeah. Let me show you that. I just got the call and some text messages. And I'm trying to help the person because I see she's under a lot of stress. But the thing is, so am I. I have a lot of work. Here, this happened. It's an Alvarez. She sent a video. This is this. Yeah, and the price, and I said that I cannot quote the price, etc. Blah blah blah. I need to reply to this person now because I know that she's under a lot of stress. So she's house sitting, I think that's my understanding. And she bumped the guitar that was on the stand. And this is what happened. It's a 1981 Alvarez. And I'm sure that the owner of the guitar is not going to be happy. But let me just text her. So I can text her back from my computer. full cosmetic repair she wants, and she wants it done quickly. That's not going to happen anywhere, not just here. So okay. Please let me call in a couple of hours as I am in the middle of a repair as we speak. Okay, so let's see. She knows nothing about guitars, she said. She's not a guitar player, and she feels awful because this happened, and that's very understandable. But I can only do what's humanly possible. She says, okay, thank you. All right, yeah, no problem. This gives me time to think as well. All right. We are going to fix the nut. The nut is too high, and we are going to do a full setup. Also, the fret ends are a little bit sharp. Hold on, let me put the mixer back here. Okay, the fret ends are a little bit sharp, so we need to take care of that. We'll do a full fret dress on this guitar as well. So what do we do first? What do you think? So I like to do the nut after the frets, but we're going to do some preliminary work on the nut first before we do the finalizing of the nut. However, because these frets are kind of like this, we actually want to do a light leveling of these frets first. And I'm going to do this right here on the bench. So this is not going to be a level crown and polish, which normally I would be doing outside on the neck jig. It is a budget guitar. So I looked up on the Guitar Center website. Here, I have it open right here. So I don't see a brand new one exactly like this. There's a limited edition one, blue, for $199 currently. And there are a few used ones just like this. One is $169, $164.99, $119.99. Okay, this is the Guitar Center website. You can get some good deals, by the way, if you shop for used guitars at Guitar Center. But I am not a dealer, so I don't know how much things cost. So I need to look. So now, why am I mentioning this? Well, if you watch Guitar Quackery ever, which you should. And by the way, this is Guitar Quackery Live. This isn't a Guitar Quackery. So you should watch both channels. So if you watch Guitar Quackery and Guitar Quackery Live, you know that there are often high-end guitars on this workbench. But I will work on any guitar. Okay, so I'm not a guitar snob. If you bring me an Epiphone with a bolt-on neck like this one, I'll work on it. As long as, you know, this is the level of service that you want, and, you know, and the price is meeting your budget, I'll do the work. Okay, a few little dimples on the frets. I saw that. I didn't want to, you know, go for like a level crown and polish because there were no uneven frets to speak of, just here and there, one or two a little bit. But I have this system where I basically just kind of do a light leveling of the frets. I first need to remove the trussrod cover, and I need to make sure that there's a little bit of a back bow on the neck. And I'll explain why. In fact, I can explain as we speak. If there is an up bow, I wouldn't be hitting all the frets with a straight, short beam, right? So I need to have a little bit of a back bow so that I can kiss the tops of all of the frets with this short leveling beam. And that takes care of any small discrepancies. All right, so how do we know if we have a little bit of a back bow? We can place this here, a little bit closer to the heel, take a straight edge, and if it's flexing in the middle, we know that we have an up bow, and that's not what we want. We want a back bow. Just a little bit of a back bow. So we crank up the truss rod just a little bit. See, it was cranked up counterclockwise, and I never like to see that. So now it's completely loose, and now I am putting tension in the clockwise direction. And now, not only do I not have, I cannot wiggle this in the middle, but you can see that there's a high spot right here. Okay, and it's rocking a little bit. So that's what I want. Maybe a little too much. Let me check again. Maybe just a touch. Okay, cool. So now I can do this. This is a little bit coarser than the other side. And just a slight level, very light pass, okay? All right, let's brush it off. I don't want to get metal particles on my phone. Yeah, just a moment here. I also have this Music Nomad L-beam, they call it. It's got a slightly coarser grit just for my initial pass, because this didn't quite do what I wanted it to do, right? And once again, this isn't a level crown and polish. You know, Epiphone guitars don't really have perfect frets. I want to do this. I already checked with the fret rocker. There was a little bit of some frets were a little bit uneven. Nothing crazy. And you see I'm doing like a kind of like a little bit of an X pattern. And I am maintaining that back bow topography. So I'm fully aware of the fact that the neck is curved a little bit like that, but I am able to go over the top. So it's where I want it to be right now in terms of how even the frets are. So now before we use this one with the finer grit, I just want to make sure that we don't have any uneven frets. This isn't even really making them flat on top. Like I said, it's just kissing the tops. Yeah, that's good. So now I have a finer grid here, finer than the one I was just using, and then this is even finer. So I start with this one. Just like that. So I want to do this before I do any work on the nut, because I'll be filing the nut down to precision height, and I'll be using the frets for, I guess the word is indexing as a reference point. Yeah. Okay. So this is already a very fine grit, and this is even finer. So I finish off in this direction with this one. But I'll be doing some more work. So this is on the frets. So this is just a quick preliminary pass, okay? Just little prep work here. Okay. We're good with that. Let's put it away. I won't be using this anymore on this guitar. Now I'll put the strings back, and then we'll work on the nut. Yeah, this will take, I don't know, you know, I never, my time estimates are always off. I'm just going to say probably a couple of hours. I can see that one string had been changed, I believe by the owner. Because it's got what I like to call a bumblebee wrap. I'll show you what that is. Oh, someone's watching. Look at that, 3 people watching. Well, 2 people watching, because the counter shows also my phone. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm kind of hungry. This doesn't need to be in tune. Just kind of enough tension. Okay, so here we see another issue. There. Focus. Okay, so we have a little bit of fret sprout. This string is getting caught under the fret, right? Like that. We'll fix that as well. I can feel the frets are a little bit sharp. I mean, I knew about that. I just didn't know that the strings would get caught. Maybe even somewhere around here. Yeah, like here. So we have the same situation here. If we look at this situation, okay, so now it gets caught under the fret. Not anymore. All right. But I can feel that the frets are sharp, so we'll take care of that. So 2 people are watching live as we speak. Okay. Now let's do some repair work on the nut. What's the problem? The knot is too high. We cannot achieve a good setup if the knot is too high, especially because the customer is complaining that the intonation is off. He didn't use this word. He said, I tuned the guitar, but then the fretted notes are out of tune. That's intonation. He said when he uses the capo, it's out of tune, and also when just when he plays on the frets. That was my understanding. So if the knot is too high, it's going to affect the intonation because you will be stretching the string down to the fret before you can even play the string. You got to fret it, and if it's too high, you're bending the string, and we all know what happens to the pitch when we bend the string. The pitch goes up. Let me just set up the cameras here, and then we can get to work. Huh? That's what it's all about. We'll be putting the Dario XS coated strings, 10 to 46 gauges. So I'll be using knot files, 10 to 46. Let me get them ready. Okay. I'm using Music Nomad knot files, diamond coated knot files. I have no issues with them. I've never had any issues with them. I've had them for 2 or 3 years. I bought them when they first came out. I use them every single day. So I've used them on bone, I've used them on nylon, on brass, on every material, every nut material. Okay, let's have a look at this. Where's my phone? It's here. Here, I'm looking at the string slots, right? So I'm just going to do a quick inspection. Sorry about my fingers. You can see on the treble side that the string slots are too wide for these strings. Well, that's because it's a molded nut, okay? So that's how they make the nut. That's how it comes out of the mold, but then you need to file it. Well, they did not file this string slot, although the string did leave a witness point at the bottom. And we are going to just extend that witness point lower into this material. Now on this string, you can see tool marks. So they did file it, okay? Just they filed it too wide, and also they left it too high. And you can see a couple of shiny witness points, one at the back end, one right here in the front. So we need to fix this. And then the G string is similar, and the wound strings are different. So yeah, I just need to prepare something here. Excuse me. Yeah, here we are. So this really bothers me. It's kind of really sharp here. I do need to hit it with a file first. Just a quick thing. This is a fret file. But I'll do a full fret and dressing job on this one. I just want to really, make sure this fret isn't too sharp. I don't want to cut myself, because this is where I'll be working. Okay, we're good for now. And now let's get to work. We don't need to tune the string to pitch. Just needs to have tension. And now I'm going to just eyeball it first. So the low E isn't too bad. This one is really high, really high, really, really, really high, really high, really, really, really high. Okay, but this one isn't too bad. So let's remove the string and examine the string slot. And, it's been filed, you can tell. But we're just going to reshape the back first. Okay. So this is just a better shape. Now, what you see me doing right now could be a little deceiving. I'm literally just using the weight of this file just to, so if I were to be pushing too hard, I'd be filing it too low. But I just want to smooth out the surface so that you can see how much smoother it is, right? And now we want to put some tension on the string, and then I will just eyeball it first. And this is really low. And now I'm going to take a measurement. This is really at the right height now, more or less. But like I said, this preliminary pass is, I'm going to touch it up later after I do a full fret dress. So I'm good with this one for now. Now we'll leave it as it is. And now we move over to this string, which, as we know, is way higher than it should be. So just quickly examine the bottom. You can see that this is not great work. It's been, well, it's just bad work. We want to first take off some material from the back end and reshape it at the back. And also the string is going towards the tuning post. So we got to open it up like a funnel on this side, which is what I'm doing now. Okay, and I am doing that like this. And now clean up. And now we want to file the actual bottom of the string slot and go in this direction like this, so that it becomes curved. It was really filed too straight. Okay, let's put the string back and check the height. And again, I'm not tuning it to pitch. Right now I'm just eyeballing. I can go a little bit lower. Not too much. And now I'm past that comfort zone, so I want to make sure I have enough tension on the string, and use the dial indicator to take a measurement. It's a little bit too high, but it's where I want it to be right now for my preliminary pass I just explained. And here this one is quite high, so what we want to do is we want to move over to the D string. Focus, focus. Remove the D string and examine the bottom of the string slot. Same thing. We see that it's too straight, so there's no curve at the bottom, and you can clearly see that the back end is like there's like 2 filing marks. Okay, but you know we want to make sure that this is curved at the bottom and that it's opened at the side so that the string can go towards the tuning post. Just like that. This is a budget guitar, so obviously they're not going to be doing all this work at the factory. They just quickly put it together and that's it. Still too high. And because it's going towards the D tuner, we want to open it at the back end. The nut is actually also too high overall. Like the upper surface of the nut is too high, which now makes the string slots too deep. So that has some disadvantages as well on a guitar like this. Not on a Fender, but on a Gibson style, Epiphone style, yes. Because I can get that angle easily. I cannot file it easily because the string slots are too deep. Like I said, it is a budget guitar, but I will work on any guitar as long as this is the level of service that people want. So I just want to make the guitars really playable. Make sure they stay in tune. Make sure the intonation is good and all that. I've already been streaming for 40 minutes. I guess I've been mostly talking at the beginning. Okay. Where's my brush? I have this new chair, but it's spinning and turning. The old one was more was a fixed. It had a fixed seat. Maybe that was better. It wasn't mine. That's the thing. I borrowed it from the studio, so. Four people watching, meaning 3 people are watching, because the counter doesn't discriminate between my own phone and the actual viewers that are tuning in. Well, this is hardly a popular live streaming channel with, 3 people or 4 people watching. I guess I got to give it some time. It's also not for everyone because, all these services take some time. Okay. A little bit more. So I know some of the customers are watching sometimes, but I don't know if well, I know that some of the other people watching are guitar technicians. So I guess we're kind of hanging out together, I guess. I put Amazon affiliate links in the description. I think we're good on this one. Where's my dial indicator here? Yeah, definitely. All right. Let's move over to the other string, which is the G. So the G is, like this. And we remove it. So now you'll see it makes it tricky to go deep into a string slot with a straight file and try to file a curve that is opened at the back end going towards the tuner there. So I'm actually going to use a wider file for the back so that I can open it up there. And now yeah, I mean the string slot is just too deep. But to fix this, I would need to file the entire nut, basically reshape the whole nut. And then it would no longer be the original nut, I guess. Not that it really matters. It's not a collector's museum guitar, right? But it's I don't know what this material is. It isn't Graphtec. I guess maybe if I read the specs on the guitar, it would tell me. I'm starting to feel sleepy. which is why I'm not talking right now. I am, in fact, working. Yeah. That's what I see. You can see how the string moves through the knot. It is now much closer to the fret. There's still a little bit of a gap, and I can get it lower. I will eventually get it to the right height once I finish the work on the frets. But I can still just go a little lower now during the preliminary knot repair. That's it. Well, actually, it turns out to be higher than it looks. Oh, now I can see it. Yeah. Making sure it's seated. It is seated. I just need to file it lower. It's an Epiphone nut, so the whole nut isn't really shaped correctly. There's too much material at the back. But, you know, to reshape the nut, it's a different job. I might as well just build a new nut. There. Much better, I think. Yeah, it's good for now. And now let's move over to the B string. Okay. Once again, we just want to inspect it first. Yeah, so I will use a slightly bigger file for the back. I'll use a 20 gauge file just for the back. I kind of feel like taking material off the top of the knot because these string slots are really too deep. And it's hard to file them. Okay. It's getting close. So I'm not sure, but I think that this is the only guitar tech live streaming channel actually streaming from the workbench. I don't know. I personally don't know of any other. Guitar tech streaming channels. I came up with the idea during COVID, well, during the lockdown. And that's also when I started streaming. Not during the lockdown. Not streaming. Started my other channel. But not during the lockdown, after the lockdown. So if you like produced content, you should check out the main channel, if you haven't already. I need to check the battery on my laptop. I need to charge it. The charger's on a timer. Okay. Oh, Blue Elvis is here. Yeah, hi. Yeah, but if I start filing the reshaping the nut, it's just going to become a different job. That's a whole other project. So the objective is to file the string slots as low as possible, but not going lower than the fret height. If you go lower, well, then it's too low. Let's check. This is pretty good. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's okay for now. We have only the high E left, which we'll look at right now. You can see Oh yeah, we've seen it before. It's too wide, and it's never been filed. So now for the first time, I don't think it's been filed before, right? Doesn't look like it's been filed. The reason why I'm not talking, oh, I forgot to call a customer at 10. Okay. Well, I kind of didn't forget. It's because I got this text message from this other potential customer about the broken headstock, which I can't do the way she wants, and the time frame that she wants, at the budget that she wants. So, well, she doesn't have a budget. She just asked many times how much, and I can't quote any prices without seeing and without discussing details. But I did ask her, are you hoping to get just a structural repair or also cosmetic repair on top to make it look like nothing ever happened? So she wants the full thing. And, you know, she says she doesn't really have money, which is understandable. I'm not trying to be mean, but yeah, I can't do it for free, or I mean, I can't do it. See, if I don't charge enough for my time, I end up paying for the job because I gotta pay rent here. So. Yeah. Every now and then there's a guitar like that just ends up being a nightmare. But, you know, it sneaks up on you. I don't want to take a guitar in knowing in advance that I can't do it for X amount of money. I don't think I'm gonna take the job because she was house sitting, and now the owners are coming back. She wants it done quickly and invisible. That doesn't sound like a realistic. Sorry, I'm just focused on this. Yeah, that doesn't sound realistic at all. Plus, I'm already, committed to some other jobs, including some jobs that have been here for a few months. So. Okay, it's good for now. Now, let's adjust the truss rod. No, we already did that. Okay, kind of. We were putting a back bow on the neck, just to level off some frets, right? So we're gonna have to do a fret end job. I do want to know, I want to make sure that the truss thread works. Okay. Okay, so what I'm doing is, sorry, I lost the app for switching. Okay, here. Yeah, this app shuts down every now and then. Yeah, that's my switcher app. Yeah, we want to just make sure that the truss rod is adjusting properly. Where are my feeler gauges now? Oh, here, yeah. So we have a relief for sure. Too much. Well, we even have a good differential relief. So this is 4 1,000s here, and that was 6 1,000s on this side. So 2 1,000s more relief on the base side. That's fantastic. That's really good. Okay, that's that. Let me now check the string height, because we are going to have to shim this neck to change the neck angle a little bit, but not probably as much as I thought. Yeah, just a little bit. It depends how much height I want on these posts. Yeah, I guess I'll just use my judgment and see where that gets me. So that's that. Why don't we do the shimming now? So I don't know if you can hear the banging. Those are banging heat pipes. It drives me nuts. It drives everyone nuts here. I usually use sandpaper for shimming the neck pocket. Okay. Need the bigger screwdriver for this. And I bet I'm going to have to enlarge these holes through the body. I'm already counting on that. So the strings are loose, right? And I forgot to put the capo on the strings. Let me put the capo. Okay, so obviously this holds the strings. And now that I've loosened these screws, I can use the power tool to unscrew. Yeah, and you can see it's screwed into the body. It's really tight through the body. This is, it's always like that on these guitars. So the neck is already off, right? But as you can see, these screws are screwed through the body, and the neck is already off completely. So let's remove the screws. See how it's screwed into the body? These are the wrong types of screws, by the way, because they're tapered here. This is wider than here. Well, I don't want to get into it right now, but these holes are too tight. So we are going to enlarge them. That's the only way to really adjust these necks properly. I have a set of fractional drill bits. So when I measure the screw here, it is 168 1/1000 of an inch. Okay. I'm measuring in imperial measurement, 168 1/1000 of an inch. Okay, so now I need to get that slightly larger drill bit. Okay, so 166, 169, this one. All right, so this one might work. We will soon find out. Yeah, especially with a tight neck pocket and tight screws there, the neck angle adjustment is random. Okay, so I'm just going to enlarge these holes. They're just lazy at the factory because they would need to change the drill bit for this or for that. I think they drill right through the body and through the neck with the same drill bit at once. Okay, I need to use the countersink first so that the finish doesn't chip off. So that's the hole I already did, but I need to release the finish first. Go backwards first and then forward. They cut corners at the factory. And because they use soft wood, the drill bit is actually crushing the fibers as it's trying to drill through. And then the fibers spring back, and the hole ends up being smaller than the drill bit. But we want it to be this size. Let's see if the screw can, okay, that's good. Not here yet. So these two need to be adjusted. So that's the idea. The screw needs to pass freely through the body and then be screwed into the neck, which is this, obviously. So I'm done with this drill bit. And where's my countersink? Here. I need to countersink these holes just a little bit. I've seen them make these holes so tight, it actually splits the wood. Yeah, I've seen it happen. And they just sell the guitar. It passed inspection. Amazing. So these are the fractional drill bits that I use. I forgot to put the link in the description for this, but I will put the link. After this live stream, I will edit. So you have all fractional sizes, but this is an imperial set, not metric, which is why I was measuring in thousandths of an inch. This is a very useful set to have. I think it says 166 sizes. Yeah. Okay. So let's adjust this neck angle now. So I need to shim it. I see sawdust, you know, coming out of the holes on the neck. I have the sandpaper that I used on one of my sanding beams. And I need a blade and a board. I just use a piece of MDF. Oh, look at that. I got 9 people watching. Yeah. Oh. Richard Bishop. Have you ever tempered a 0 fret? You mean like tempered steel? They're not steel. Unless you use stainless steel. But then you can't temper stainless steel, I think. Steinberger. What do you mean tempered? Okay, I am, so this is self-adhesive sandpaper. Got to make sure not to scratch the guitar. This is not the scratchy side, right? And let's just cut it. Yeah, a Steinberger guitar has a 0 fret, right? So there's a Kiesel. Not every Kiesel, right? I guess, I don't know. I worked on some Kiesels. They had 0 frets. I worked on a Kiesel Vader. I'm going to cut another one. Oh no, the Kiesel didn't have a 0 fret. It was a headless guitar, and it had a nut that I had to cut. And I had to come up with a... In fact, I'm still making... Well, I'm not like actively making a video, but I made a whole bunch of recordings. And, well, I haven't had a chance to do the post-production editing yet on that one. Zero fret file for information. Oh, displacement of virtual larger string flex point at 0 fret. Not. You mean the little arching that happens? Is that what you mean? You know, I just realized, silly, I could have just removed this. Okay. Yeah. So this one goes here, this shim, and I put one here. And that's because I really want to raise these two posts. In fact, I don't think this is going to be enough. I mean, it'll work, but I just really want to have a little space there. Let's see. I don't know. I don't want to jump to conclusions. So I'm going to just put it together. And if it's not enough, we'll cut another shim or set of shims. Okay, so now these go through the body. You can just push them through. This one's kind of tight. Okay, no problem. And now, where's my screwdriver? Here. So I'll go backwards first until it clicks. Now I can go clockwise. And you can't do that if it's screwed through the body as well, screwed into the body. All right. Let's make sure. Okay. Yeah, so the intonation is completely off on this. I can see that. We need to also flip the saddle on the G string for sure. And where's the neck rest? Here. Okay, so these strings are too tight now for this. It's not a high-end guitar, but I wanted to play like one. Okay, I totally am messing this one up now. See, I thought that it had those two clips, you know, like an Epiphone usually does, but this one doesn't. Okay, that's fine now, which is why I, left it on. Where is it? Oh, here. You know what? I have a machine. I'm going to use it. So it's good practice to hold the strings away from the nut. Now, I know that many people already know this, but I just don't know who's watching, right? Put the sharp blades away. And now the string broke. Yeah, these were old strings. So that's one of the reasons why I like to use, keep the old strings on the guitar for as long as I can while I'm doing a lot of this work, because I don't want to break a brand new string, right? And I didn't even okay, so one string is missing, no big deal. And it's the high E, right? The one that I want to measure. So whatever, I'll measure the B string. And the low E. Yeah, I did gain some height on those two posts. I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, so now I can remove the strings. So I like to unwind the strings. Now I already did that, just to make sure the tuning machines work. So now, since I've done that already, I'm just gonna cut them right now. It's not gonna hurt the guitar just to cut them, but it can hurt the finish, right? It can scratch, so I'll hold it. There, all right. And now we're gonna work on the fret ends. So I have a bumblebee wrap here. Okay, it's all tangled up. It's not too bad. All right. So those are, you know, the budget tuning machines. Not the high-end tuners for sure. Since I'm here, I want to adjust the tuning knobs. There's a little space there. Oh, I can't even adjust it. Not this one. Okay, whatever. This one is very loose. Why is that? I don't know, but it's very loose. Okay, it is what it is. Okay, so we have this here. I need to flip the saddle. So before I forget, because I typically do forget things like this, why don't I do it now? And I explain why I'm doing it. 6 people watching, okay. Where's my little vise? Here. So this is a two-pneumatic bridge. Put it in the vise. And this is the G saddle. So it's playing sharp, right? So which means I still have a little space. So I could, you know, potentially go back all the way, but that's not really a much. There's not much adjustment left. So I am going to flip it so that it's like this one. So I can go back further. And I am going to remove this annoying spring. Worst design ever. Yeah. There are some things that I never get tired of doing on guitars. This isn't one of them. The removal of this spring. Okay, and now I take this saddle and I just flip it. And put it back inside. All right. So now this saddle can go further back. Yeah, I won't flip any other one for now. If I really need to do it later, I'll be cursing. So I dial in the intonation, or actually it's called the compensation. Kind of, I rough it in. And I start with the saddles further back than I think will be the correct positions. Okay. All right, and then, okay, so let me put this bridge away for now. And now we'll remove the neck and work on the fret ends first. Oh, but first, I need to put some tape on this nut to protect it. Yeah, still 6 people watching. So, protect the nut. 2 layers of tape. Sometimes I don't even know where I put my own tools. And this is here. Okay. Screwdriver. So now I'm going to remove this neck. So now it's going to be easier to remove it because I fixed that those 4 holes, right? Okay. So this one is still a little tight. And look, it's quite a snug fit, which is good. That's a good thing, yeah. But like I said, this hole is still a little bit tight. So what I'll do is I'll just take this round file and just open it up a little bit. Let's try the screw. Oh, much better. What about this one? Also a little bit tight. Okay, good. I'm using the screw as a file as well. All right, let's work on the frets. The Epiphone, Les Paul, Special 2. Les Paul Special 2. It's got the protective foil over the truss rod cover. I removed that. That starts to look really ugly. And I have this. I don't need this. Okay. Maybe I put in autofocus. Okay, autofocus will do. Okay. This is the file I'll be using. This file. The thread ends are sharp. So let's take care of that. There's only so much we can do with this type of guitar because of the way it's made. But we just want it to be the best that this guitar can be, right? I told the customer that it would be like night and day. I said, same guitar, but different. So I gotta live up to that expectation now. So obviously I'm doing some of the work that wasn't done at the factory. Well, this was done, but at the time this piece of wood was just a few weeks old, as a piece of wood. So fresh wood keeps shrinking, and then as it shrinks, it becomes smaller, obviously, and the frets start to stick out on the sides. So the fret ends weren't sharp when it left the factory, I guess. I don't think so. But the wood shrunk, and then the frets, well, the frets didn't shrink, right? So they ended up being a little bit longer on the sides. Okay. I took this guitar in today during my live stream of the jazz bass project. Which I finished, by the way. That was the refret with the fingerboard correction. That was a big project. Okay. It's almost good. So I can feel that, where's the camera? The file is still catching the metal here in this part. Okay, it's a little more than I thought. It always is, I guess. Yeah, just a little bit more here. You can see how I'm protecting the nut with my thumb. There's still a spot here and here. Some people put tape on top. I try to save on tape. Some people put tape on the side as well and file it through the tape. I never understood how that can actually work to get it completely flush. I've seen YouTube videos. I never tried myself. So I don't know, this must be a 14-inch radius. We'll check. I mean, not that it matters. I can't adjust the radius of the bridge. Okay. Yeah, that's good. And now we do this side. Ooh, I can feel those frets. Especially this first one, right? Maybe some people like sharp frets. This way the hand doesn't slip. You don't miss a note. The customer did not complain about the sharp frets, but I did notice them right away. It's just that guitars don't get handed back to my customers with sharp frets. So I have to do it. So once I'm done with the frets, the actual setup will be quick, but I will, you know, just adjust the nut wherever needed, if needed. Yeah. I guess I didn't quite notice that they were so bad. And I guess I ran out of things to talk about. I said all I had to say about the frets. I've had this tool for a long time. I made it myself. I stole the idea from Stu Mac. They sell a nylon version of this tool, and I don't like nylon. I mean, a nylon nut is great, but yeah, just too much plastic. I also think that wood is gentler on the frets, on the crowns, than the nylon, in a sense that these particles that I'm brushing off, they really get embedded in the nylon. Not so much on this wood. They seem to just slip off. So those particles can scratch the frets because they are the same material as the frets. And I think this one fret, I need to do it by hand. Well, I'm doing everything by hand, but you know, with this file. Because it's so close to the nut. Sometimes it's hard to grab it from that side. Yeah, it's good now. I think it's good. I'll double check. Here it's grabbing a little more. Okay. It's gotta just move smoothly, and now it's not grabbing anything anymore. Okay. Let's double check this side. And I'm also almost kind of like polishing with a light touch. It's a fine file. Okay. So now I'll use that Fret Guru file to just knock down the little points on the sides. This should be quick. It's a very light touch, just like that little point that can stay sharp, and sometimes you can feel it. It's a bolt-on neck Les Paul guitar. There are some other bolt-on neck Les Paul guitars that are being talked about on YouTube right now. I think you know which guitars I'm referring to. I don't really want to talk about them. But those cost more than this one. I don't know if they would benefit from a fret end dressing. Probably would, right? This neck has binding, black binding. All right, and now the other file, the quarter round file, this one. Okay, I've shown this file before. It's a great file for rounding off the fret ends. It's very quick. I mean, look at that. Just like that. Okay. Goes around. Rounds it off. It does leave a rough surface, but then we'll do all that sanding. So that'll do the trick. Okay. And I'm doing this with a very light touch. But even if the frets aren't protruding, so we don't have the sharpness at the very edge, there's this edge of the crown that stays sharp after the filing that I just did. So this rounds it off. This is kind of coming off. I'm going to just put the shim here for now. How about here? Okay, what I did. Okay. So next I'll be sanding the sides. So just because I did do like a light pass and some frets were higher than others. Let me see. Which side? No, not this side, this side. Yeah, just a light touch with a crowning file. I'm looking at the reflection. Just helps see the actual shape, right? Okay. All right, so it's time to do some sanding. 6 people watching. Yeah, but the number went up and down. It's back to 6. Yeah, so I'll be starting with 400 grit sandpaper. Moving on to 1000 grit, and then I'll switch to the micro mesh. Where's my 400 grit? This is it. So that's just the fret ends that I'm doing right now. I can be a little more aggressive here with the frets are closer together because I'm not touching the binding too much, but here I gotta be more careful. I see a few scratches here on this one fret. Okay. $600. So the finer the grit, the less you need to worry about the binding. But I'm also just hitting the binding from the side, right? Just the actual edge. I can even go up and down like this with the 600. In fact, I think that Gibson just polishes their frets with 400 grit up and down the fretboard, and that's it. But we are going to go above and beyond that. I need to reorganize this. I'm looking for 800 grid. That's 1000. Hold on, bear with me, please. Yeah, sorry about that. I have it here, just. Here. Okay. So that's 800 grid. Same thing. The sides, I do the sides first. I guess I could show this camera angle. And once I'm done with the sides, right, just go over the fret tops like that. I did end up doing a lot more work on the frets than I thought I would. So yeah, but now it is what it is. This is nice and smooth. 1000. Now this is 2000. Oh, come on. That's 1000. Okay, so now I will continue with the micro mesh on the sides. Or should I just do the old system on all of the frets, even the crowns? I don't know, let me think. Oh, I forgot to do something on the previous live stream. Maybe I'll do it on this one. I'll explain. So I'm just hitting the fret ends. Okay, like that. And I'll use that new Ken Parker system for the crowns. As you can see, I did not tape off the fingerboard. No need to do it for this, whatever this is. It's not rosewood, but you know, whatever it is. So this gets them really smooth. It goes to 12,000 grit. The micro mesh pads. Should probably open a new pack. I got 2 new packs, I think. Okay. Yeah, let me put them away. You all leaving? Okay. Oh yeah, Happy New Year. Is that fire? Ah, Happy New Year. I'll be by myself. Oh yeah. So these are, that's a new pack. That's what I'm using there. Did I put a link to this? I might have forgotten. But yeah. Anyway. Now let's use, since I already went over with 1000 grit, I want to do this method now. Is this the right size? Yeah. Or maybe this one? Let me see. No, that's the right size. Okay. So I want to go over the crowns with that Ken Parker method. And I'll use 2000 grit sandpaper. Okay. So just like that. Now I could put tape to protect it, and you know, I should. So why don't I do that? But first let's clean the fingerboard using the toxic chemical that we all use in repair shops. The one that we shouldn't be inhaling or touching with our hands. All right. Oh, I didn't give you the view. Okay. That looks better already. I think one more pass. So that the adhesive tape can stick. You know, I'm tempted to just have a lighter and just light up the fingerboard, and I don't think it would hurt the guitar. It would just look cool. I think I'll do that once on my guitar first. Yeah, let's try that one day. I think about it almost every time. All right, so now with a 2000 grit, let's go over all of the frets one by one. So it starts as a 2000, but by the end of the pass, I guess it's called, right? It becomes a much finer grit. And I wonder what grit it becomes. Because this is really shiny and smooth. So we can do a quick test, a scientific experiment. Under the microscope. So I wanted to do this on the previous live stream, but I forgot. This is why I kept this. Yeah. So I don't want to forget this time. Okay, look at that. All right, why don't I take a pack of micromesh and we'll compare. So it's a fresh pack. Here's the chart, color chart. So it starts at 1500 and goes to 12,000 grit, right? These are the colors. So let's put something, how about this? All right. All right, so this is the 2000 grit that I used on the other guitar, on the bass. And I want to zoom in. On the used portion. So this is a used portion of the sandpaper. So we can see metal particles that get trapped. You know, I don't think this will be a conclusive test. Yeah, I don't think it will be a conclusive analysis. Because it still looks like 2000 grit. So which one is this now? 3200. So let me try 3200 grit here. I'm just going to put it on top and refocus. No, actually I need to do it this way. Yeah, I think I need to do it this way. let's zoom in on this. You know, so that's interesting, right? See, this surface is 3200 grit, and that's 2000. And that looks rougher to me than this. So these are much finer crystals than these, for sure. So even that 2000 grit sandpaper by 3M is finer than 3200 by Micro Surface Finishing Products Incorporated. I don't know how grits work. So now let's try 4000 grit. That's this one. Let's put it next to this. And let's align them together. So that kind of looks like the same grit to me. Just the unused portion of the 2000 grit, which is right here, and the 4000 grit from the other manufacturer. They kind of look the same. And does it feel the same? It doesn't. It feels different. But this 2000 grit feels, so we don't have 2000 here, but we do have 1800, which is this green one. This feels much coarser, and the 2400, this feels smoother. The 2000 feels smoother, 3M, than 2400 from Micromesh. And this is 3200. This feels smoother. And now we have there, and this is 3600. So it doesn't feel like the same surface, but this, hold on, so this 3M 2000 feels smoother than 3600 from Micromesh. So, yeah, I don't know what conclusion to draw from this. But what's important is that when I finish it off with 2000 grit using that Ken Parker method, and then I buff it, I like the results. So I guess that's all I need to know. All right. Now we know more. So maybe that helps you out in some ways, right? So you know what to use. So that's 3M. Did I put a link to this? Because I buy this off of Amazon. I did put a link in the other description. So I'm going to check the links. I mean, in the other live stream. So I'm going to check my description at the end, and I'm going to put a link to this exact sandpaper that I buy from Amazon. So if you want to buy the same, you don't have to. I'm just saying, if you do. The important thing is that I like the results. So if you buy this sandpaper, you will need this kind of tool, or you can use what I've been doing, before I made the tool is I just used a crowning file. I have them in different sizes. And then I just wrapped the sandpaper around it. Now I made the tool. And I bought a whole bunch of ball nose end mills to make a whole bunch of these tools in different sizes for different thread sizes. I just bought them, the cutters, the cutting tools. So I'm just thinking in the new year, probably I will have a whole bunch of these in different sizes. I mean, I'm not going to be selling them, but I'll be using them in the live streams and I guess talking about them. Maybe I'll make a live stream about the tools, because then I can also post links to the cutting tools that I bought to make these tools. But obviously, you need a milling machine to use those cutters. They're called ball nose end mills. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to do a live stream about the tools that I use, and then it'll get archived, and people can watch it anytime. But this channel isn't popular enough yet. It's got a lot of videos already. I like what I'm seeing here. I won't be able to call that customer tonight, I guess, with a broken headstock. I feel bad because she's panicking. Maybe I should text her. Yeah, let me finish this and text her. Yeah, and I cut this too wide. I need to cut it, I guess, to this size. That's perfect, I guess. Because here I'm not even using this part. So I guess I could flip it and use the other side. You don't need to use this tape, but if it slips, well, then you have a scratch. So I prefer to spend a little extra time moving the tape than having to spend extra time fixing the scratch. Yeah. I will be using the fresh shield to do all the buffing. That's next. But first, let me text that customer. I don't think she'll be bringing the guitar here. She said that, you know, she doesn't have. She said she lost her job just recently, so. In fact, to be honest with you, she kind of threw off my timing. She called. I usually don't pick up. I usually let people just leave a message. Or if they don't leave a message, I just text them back. And I said, okay, I got a minute. I'm like between guitars. Let me just pick up the phone. And that was a bad idea. Then I got tangled up in the conversation, and then she texted me and sent pictures with a broken headstock, and yeah. Okay, so let's call the customer. Well, I'm not going to call her. I'm just going to send her a text. Okay, let's see. So I'll just type a text message here on my computer. Okay, Dead Tree Designs. I'm curious as to the drill bit set you are using. Is it all imperial, or does it also include metric? So this one does not include metric. I'm sure you can find the same set in metric and then in imperial. I will post a link to the set that I'm using after I end this live stream, because I don't think I can edit my description now during the live stream. So there will be a link to the exact one that I bought. All right, no problem. Let me send a quick text to this lady. She is expecting to hear from me. Sorry. Okay, I said we're going to project. I can call you in an hour, or we can talk tomorrow. Send. Whoop. Okay. Okay. It's time for the 24.75 inch scale length, 24.75 inch scale length, music Nomad fret shield. Let's see if it fits. It does fit. Okay. All right. So now we can do some fret buffing. There are links below to this already. And this should go quickly. I think I forgot to put a link to this, but this is just the Music Nomad cloth, microfiber cloth. Okay. I will use it at the end. I don't need to use it on every between frets, right? So I always try to include all the links, but honestly, what ends up happening is, you know, I'm ready to work, and then I'm trying to think of everything that I will be using as I'm writing the description. And I find myself forgetting things to include some things, right? So now this is just self-explanatory. I don't think I need to talk about what I'm doing. You don't need to use the fret shield. You can just move that tape up and down the fretboard. In some cases, you'll get better results that way. As you can see, I am not using the rubber bands that come with the fret shield. I'm just pushing down like this. So 2 hours, 42 minutes, and 9 seconds already into this live stream. Yeah, that fret dressing, the fret ends took longer than I thought. I did really a full fret end dressing job on that one, on this one. So I underestimated this project again. One issue that I'm having with the fret shield is that it's hard to reach the corners. But I did do like all that micro mesh business on the fret ends, so they are very shiny right now. So as you can see, I don't use steel wool. I know it's quick. The results are different. Maybe if you have a shop where you can offer premium and standard, the steel wool can be standard, and this can be premium. Maybe, I don't know. What makes sense in one shop doesn't necessarily make sense in another shop. Oh, before I forget, I need to check again my computer battery. Yeah, the timer's on the charger, so I never overcharge the battery. Dead Tree Designs, thank you. You're welcome. I am going to post the link for sure. So I'm curious, are you also a technician? I'm curious if you are, if you have a repair shop like this or something. I'm not sure if these live streams are even good for the general guitar public, guitar interest public, because most guitar people just want to know how to play, right? So I think my audience will be just other technicians or people who like to tinker. Yeah, you can do your own setups. You can do everything, even if you're not a technician. But you do need the right tools to achieve certain results. So now, I guess it pays in the long run to get all the tools and supplies, especially if you do all the work on your own guitars frequently, which you should be doing. Not like my guitars. Well, I was just taking care of some of my guitars last night at home. A J200, a 335, and a couple of Les Pauls. Which should tell you I am a Gibson guy. Gibson is my favorite legacy company. legacy brand. I know that there are problems with the quality control and all that. I'm very well aware of that. But still, I just like Gibson guitars. And if you can find a good one, you know, I think that's the key. You need to really look at each guitar separately, especially Gibson guitars, because they vary quite a lot. And that makes sense because Epiphone guitars are more machine-made than Gibson guitars, right? So, well, there's a lot of CNCing going on now at the Gibson factory, but still they finish off the neck profile by hand. So there are going to be inconsistencies. And that's one thing that I actually like about Gibson guitars. They're not clones of each other. So there's a company that makes, what are they called again? VV something. Starts with V, I think. They make a conversion kit, I should say adapter, for the Bigsby. So if you want to install a Bigsby on a Gibson or on an Epiphone, and you don't want to drill new holes, you can use their adapters. Okay, but they don't necessarily fit on the Gibson they were designed to fit on. I have experience with that. And that's simply because the Gibson tops vary quite a lot. Quite a lot. So I guess they designed the adapter to fit on whatever Les Paul or 335 they had at their facility when they were designing the thing, but they didn't realize that it wouldn't fit all of them. And I don't think that there's quite the same issue with the adapters for the Epiphone guitars. Okay, it's quite hot. So I let it cool off before I start recharging the battery. And I do some hand buffing as I'm removing the buffing compound. So this guitar will be, like I told the customer, like night and day. It better be. We're almost 3 hours into this job. Okay. Okay. Now we'll use this one, and Bear with me a second. Two people watching. Oh, you were a road tech since the late 90s. That's right, the Vibramate. That's right. Vibramate. Road tech. Yeah. I don't think that's for me at my age. In my 20s, yes. But now, I don't think so. Not anymore. I don't even like to travel anymore. It's just all the regulations, and I know why they need to be in place, but they just took all the joy out of the travel. I don't know. Okay. So I already put the paste on all of the frets. Now I'm going to start on this end. And this is going to go quickly. I think it must be exciting to be a road tech, you know, for a young person. For someone in their 20s, maybe early 30s. I guess it depends on the person, right? But as a road tech, you wouldn't be doing too many repairs, really. I'm just thinking, right? In fact, there was man, I'm forgetting the name. Established musician, Irish guitar player, had a an accident with a guitar. They were playing at Radio City Music Hall, and they called me to repair the guitar. And I went to look at the guitar, and it was an acoustic guitar. So I wanted to work on it, but the thing is that I knew of a technician who was a better match for that particular job. So I did what I thought was the right thing, and I put them together so that they could get the job done right. And the reason why the other technician was a better match was because that particular fracture on the body, on the side of the body of the guitar, would best be repaired using a jig that I knew the other technician already built for another job. So just coincidentally, I knew that he had that, and I just thought it was in the best interest of the customer to work directly with that other technician. Well, the other technician's name is Doug Proper. He's a fantastic luthier technician. Top of the line. And now I can't remember the name of the artist. Okay. It's looking... Oh. I almost forgot. We want to do this. Yes, so Doug built that jig for another job. And I believe he said that it cost him like $2,000 to build the jig so that he could clamp the guitar body properly. So, yeah, it was really in the best interest of the customer to just work with Doug. But I would have loved to work on that guitar. It's, you know, would have made a good video for the channel. Okay, look at this. Okay, so we see the reflections. They are nice and even. They are not zigzagging. And from this angle, yeah. I know autofocus doesn't always work too well, right? Okay, I can remove the tape from the nut. Let's do a little bit of cleaning. I use the guitar detailer. It's a Music Nomad product. So now I can start recharging this battery. Oh, left road work in 2012. Yeah. Most repairs were electrical. Only a handful of broken headstocks. Oh, a handful. Yeah, I can see how that happens on the road. But, you know, I would imagine that bands who can hire a road tech do have extra guitars. So if that happens, they can play the other guitars while the broken one's getting fixed. Okay, let's oil it. Here's the oil. I call it the guitar quackery fretboard rejuvenator. Secret ingredient is, used Vaseline. It's coconut oil. So that's what I use. So when it's just the right consistency, it melts as you apply it, so that you don't have too much oil, and so that it doesn't wick between the fret tangs and the fret slots. And I just buy it at the grocery store. It's a food product. And I believe this one is even the organic one. Oh, I'm not sure anymore. Good stuff. Long lasting. Yeah, I feel that when you use the F1 oil or the so-called lemon oil, you end up putting too much anyway. Unless you just put it on the tissue and just use it sparingly. That's that. Okay, let's put the neck back on the body. Let's clean the body first. Oh, let's not forget this. Well, I can even put it here. It doesn't matter if it's on the neck side or on the neck pocket side. Yeah. It doesn't want to stick now. All right, whatever. So they usually don't tighten these. Okay, better. Yeah. So now I want to make this guitar better than an off-the-shelf Gibson Les Paul. Now, better in what ways? Not the sound, that I can't do. So one thing that I would always want to do with an Epiphone is immediately change the output jack. The output jack that comes on, well, not the new, like those expensive Epiphone guitars, they use switchcraft, right? But any other regular Epiphone is going to have that crappy Chinese output jack, unreliable. So the output jack is one of the most important components of an electric guitar, especially if you play it on stage. And I should have talked to the customer about this. I can still do it. Yeah, I think I will. I forgot to mention it. So if you play it on stage and the output jack doesn't work all of a sudden, it doesn't matter what kind of setup you have on the guitar. The guitar doesn't work. Simple. So then you need to grab another guitar. Yeah, so I don't know if the customer is watching. I did send a text message with a link. But I don't want to do it tonight anyway. I can do it tomorrow. So we'll talk. So I think that's a must upgrade for any Epiphone. Just put a switchcraft output jack. Right after that, the upgrade with the electronics would be, oh, low battery on my phone, the switch. But the switch isn't an easy upgrade, because the switchcraft has a different layout of the pins than the import switch that comes on an Epiphone. Yeah. So you need to strip that wire a little more. And sometimes that wire is too short. Okay. So I mentioned this in the other live streams. You got to go counterclockwise first until the screw hits, yeah, that little pocket. Click. This is it, right here. So these two I already did. Now this, go back. Oh, here it clicked, right? So full turn, click. It just went down a little bit. This one clicked already. So now it clicked, yeah? So this way you are threading these screws into the same threads on the neck pocket, on the neck holes, right? Okay. So now I have the strings ready here. They are D'Addario XS 10 to 46. And I want to check the control cavity. Where's the other screwdriver? So this will be used on stage next Friday. So I do want it to be reliable. Let's have a look. Yeah, so that's the import switch. Oh, wow, look at that. Like these bare, whatchamacallit, ground wires, they don't have any shielding, and they're very close to the where the other connections are. So I don't think they would just move on their own, but I want to put a little bit of tape here. Yeah, so hold on. How about this tape? I don't use electrical tape, but I have this binding tape I'm gonna just put here. It's very sticky. I'm gonna wrap it around the butt end of the switch. Okay, that's good. Okay, let's hear it. Just want to make sure we don't have scratchy pots. I don't necessarily spray the oxide if I don't need to. Oh, they're fine. Yeah. I don't hear anything. So no need to spray the oxide. I don't think you ever need to spray the oxide if you keep using the pots. I don't know. Okay. I do have this little extra thing that I do on the frets. Okay. I need to clean the bridge and the tailpiece. Toothbrush or this plastic brush. It's nice and shiny. And so is this. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Put this here. I guess I can put this back. I already tested the control cavity. Yeah. And this is not turning. That's good. I don't know if someone fixed it, because usually on an Epiphone, this is always loose. 9 times out of 10. Not on the Gibson, I must say. Okay, so we have the strings. So he did say that the guitar sometimes doesn't stay in tune. Well, 9 times out of 10, it's an issue with the nut. Sometimes it could be the tuners, maybe. Sometimes the way the strings are wrapped on the tuning post. Sometimes a combination of reasons. So this tail piece doesn't have the two things to hold it, so I'm putting this down. All right. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, so I'll be maybe I use this neck rest. So it's a little higher up, so I can use the thingy. I won't be switching cameras here, so I just want to show you with one camera so I can move quicker. But yeah, first I put the tuners all in the same orientation. So for this method that I'll be using now, well, where's that little thing that I had? If I put it through the hole, it's like that, kind of, right? That's the orientation. Yeah. Yeah, kind of, what is it, like 5 o'clock maybe? Yeah. So because he said tuning stability, we'll do it this way. Okay. So this, I'll make a video about this method, but I'm wrapping it underneath. And then I just lock it. And you end up with just about a quarter of a turn to half a turn. I use this method always for a Bixby. It's almost like locking tuners. Like I said, I'm going to make a tutorial about this. I don't want to spend too much time explaining it here in the live stream. And the active turn is on top of the winds. And it's, like I said, it's only about a quarter of a turn to half a turn. And because it's on top, it also reduces the brake angle a little bit, which helps with the tuning stability, especially on the G and D. Here I'm measuring up the string. It's a different measurement for each string. I'm gonna wrap it 3 times. Okay. Let me make sure. Yeah. I think I have a couple of live streams where I actually show this, but I know it's hard to find. So I'll make a separate video on the main channel. It isn't that, you know, what some people call it the Martin lock. It's similar, but it's not the same. Perhaps you can kind of see what I'm doing, but yeah. All right, why don't I show one? So I go through. Okay, so now you already know that I'm measuring the string on the 12th fret there. You've seen me do it on the other strings. It goes through, right? Kick it. And now I take it under, wrap it there above and between. Kick. And now you'll have this string going over the windings on top, and you only end up with about a quarter to half a turn of the active string, right? All the reps underneath are, I guess we could call them passive. I don't know what I could call them, but that's what it is. I don't pre-stretch the strings too much. You know how I look at things, I use the microscope, right? So I've seen windings get loose on strings. Well, I do need to check the nut. Okay. Just want to put these string fragments away. So not too many people are watching right now. Just 2 people. All right. Oh, and my phone is charged, kind of. Okay. Three and a half hours already. I really didn't think I'd be spending that much time on this guitar. But, okay, it is what it is. Well, actually, the one thing that I want to check is the string height. That's really what I'm checking here. So the G looks a little high, maybe the A. Let's take a measurement. I'm going to leave the low E where it is. I could leave the A where it is, but I'm going to file it down a little bit. Yeah, the G definitely. And the B for sure. All right, so A. That's going to be 36. Oh, come on. Where is it? Here. Let me check. I can still go lower on this one. And I want to lubricate the string slots. That looks better. Still a little higher than the other two. I think that's good. Yeah, that's exactly where I want it to be. And now we do the G string. 17 gauge file is where? Here. Okay, the G. So that's always a tricky one, especially on an Epiphone when the top of the nut is too high, so the string slots are, you know, really deep. But I'm not reshaping the nut. Too high. Much better. I could still go lower. Just gotta be really careful right now. Oh yeah. There's no way I want to go lower. This is it. So if I show you from this side, that's the little gap here that remains here, right? And now the B, that's going to be a 13 gauge file. Super important to clean the files, because if you don't, you end up pushing too hard, and that can throw you off. I think that's it. Same as the G. Look at that. just a little gap. And on this one, I don't think I need to touch it. I mean, it's slightly higher than the others, but yeah, I don't think we need to be splitting hairs here. Slightly, you know, by 1 or 2 1/100ths of a millimeter. We want to finish the setup now. The guitar looks nice and clean. We're done with the nut. Oh, I don't want to put the truss rod cover back on just yet. So we want to adjust the truss rod first. Either adjust or check, or both. Okay. You know, I like this neck rest for the truss rod adjustment. Yeah. People are still watching. Huh. Mm-hmm. This is really good. Look. This one that goes through here barely goes through. Barely is 5/1000ths of an inch, right? 6/1000ths does not go through. The 5/1000ths does. That's this one. So now on this side, 5 goes through easily. 6 goes through tight. Next one is 8. Does not. So this could be 6, maybe 7/1000ths, and that's 5. That's the one here. 6 goes through, and 5 goes through on the treble side. But you know, the next one is 8/1000ths. So I don't know. I don't have a 7. So I think the measurement is actually 7/1000ths on the bass side, 5/1000ths on the treble side, and that's really perfect, right? Because we did do a little bit of a fret, I guess I could say leveling, evening out. Where's the screwdriver? Here. All right. I'll put the truss rod back. Truss rod cover. Yeah. Yeah, so this guitar belongs to a customer here at the studio, Music Maker's studio. So every customer here, every studio customer is a good customer. And yeah. Now we adjust the height, which is the action. which I do in playing position. And yeah, this is a good neck rest. I mean, whatever. And here we have a little bit too low. That's good. You see, I have a nice gap here. That neck tilt helped. I'm going to go a little bit shy of 61 thousandths of an inch on the treble side. You know what? I'll set it at 55. And this one, maybe I'll go 80. I personally like it a little bit higher on the bass side, so that's now 80. 55 one thousandths, 81 thousandths. And now let's do the intonation, which I do through the audio interface. If you watched any of my other live streams, you know I'm using GarageBand here on the computer. So let me turn it on. First, let's turn on the sound. Let's turn on GarageBand. All right. And then what I do is I put the tuner, the GarageBand tuner, on that screen. And I can see. All right. Oh, battery. Okay. Okay. And we need a small screwdriver. Okay, we're a little sharp. Okay, a little flat on the intonation, which is what I wanted, so that I can pull the saddle towards the nut a little bit. Exact. The G. A little flat on the intonation, again, which is what I wanted. Okay, these tunomatics are just okay. Whatever. So I'm looking at the tuner now on my screen, right? The GarageBand tuner. It shows me exactly how many cents I'm off. So I'm 2 cents off. The Peterson strobe tuner does not show you that. It just shows you if you're flat or sharp. Okay, so I did the G and the E, and now I just want to put the B roughly where it needs to be, but a little bit flat. And now I check. Oh, I'm sharp. I'm a little flat. Okay, D, flat, so yeah, we prefer to move the saddles in this direction when we do the when we dial it in. So that we don't kink the string past the saddle, right? Well, I mean, we kink it past the saddle close towards the tailpiece, right? So see, when I dial it in, it actually lifts the saddle. It's a really bad tune-o-matic, and now I got to push it this way and down. Horrible. It's 1 cent off, but I can't move it anymore. But at least it's completely locked now, so that's good. It's stable at least. So we finish the intonation, then we lubricate the nut, and we're done. Oh, I was tuned flat. Yeah, we're good. And now the same thing, the A goes in between. Keep it a little bit flat. I guess. I don't know. It's got so much slack. See, now it's sharp, so I go back in the opposite direction. Okay. Still sharp. Okay. Okay, and now I want to do the pickups. So let me kill the sound, turn off the GarageBand, quit. Yep. And I plug it into this. And I guess I could turn on this sound so you can hear better what I'm doing, which is this sound here. So now you hear a lot of ambient sounds. Is that even the right size? This one. Okay, cool. So, first I'll adjust it by eye. Okay, I'm pushing the strings down here, and in this case I'm raising this pickup. I'm looking at the distance between the string and the pickup. It's distorting a lot. Yeah, it's not a great sound. But this pickup is louder, so I'm going to lower it. I mean, I guess I could raise this just a tad. I'm good with that. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we're almost done. We just lubricate this nut and then we're done. So I can turn off this sound. Okay. This guitar, yeah. Well, that's the thing with, you know, guitars that aren't top-of-the-line guitars. It's not surprising if they need more work. Okay. I am using this product, Tune It, Music Nomad. And again, I keep saying this because I show a lot of Music Nomad products. I guess they might as well pay me, but they're not paying me. So I have no affiliation with anyone that works there. I don't know anyone that works there. I only spoke with customer support. I mean, exchanged an email a couple of times. Okay. You can see what I'm doing like this, right? So these strings are kind of self-lubricating anyway because they are coated. And I can show you how they're coated. If we zoom in on one of the strings, you can see the coating. It's a wrapper around the string, right? You can see that. So, so that's kind of already a self-lubricating string. I don't think it's advertised as such, but it is self-lubricating. And now we just put some more lubricant. It can't hurt. Yeah. And now we put some on the other side. So on the other side, it's trickier. What you can do is you can lubricate, you can just shove some in like this, pick it up with the string, or you can lubricate the bottom of the string and then just, you know, put the string back in. I also have this little stick that's missing the, you know, tip. So sometimes I use that. Okay. And there you have it. We're done with this guitar. So, thank you for watching. 4 hours, 3 minutes and 23 seconds. I can't believe it. I really spent too much time on this guitar. I thought it was going to be a couple of hours, maybe, tops. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Thank you very much for watching. I am going to update my description, like I said, in a few minutes. So what do I need to put there? I need to put a link to the drill bits and something else. Now I forgot. I might remember. Okay. Yeah, the fretwork always gets, yeah, it does. It does get me. Okay, kids, thank you for watching. There's 4 of you watching. So yeah, if you liked it, make sure you tell the YouTube algorithm that you did like it. If you didn't like it, then, well, maybe next one will be better. But yeah, if you didn't like it, maybe you can tell me why. So that helps. Maybe I can do something to make it better next time. Yeah, have a great night. Liked, thank you very much. Rubbish Guitar Bloke is a regular. And Dead Tree Designs liked and subscribed. That's great. Yeah, I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers so that I can monetize. So that, well, you can monetize with 500, but it's a different thing. With 1,000 subscribers, you can play ads. Now, I would not be playing ads on the live streams, but I would just let YouTube automatically insert ads on the replays. Yeah, because why not? Yeah. So I'm trying to monetize it. The other channel is monetized, Guitar Quackery. So that has ads, unless you have an ad blocker. Yeah. Okay, kids, children, thank you for watching, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye.